Going on, guys? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm working on this cool new little widget today for our UCT intelligence. I remember ManRav had a subscription to that like trade ideas website, I think, or something like that. And he kept sharing that like new highs and new lows scanner that I thought was really cool, and I wanted to kind of create my own version of it. I'm trying to find a picture that ManRav sent before. Hey, can you guys hear me okay? My mic working? Cool. So this is what ManRav had sent. We got a subscription for it, I think, but it's like an old school like new highs, new lows scanner, and the right column basically shows like the number of times like any of those stocks made new lows on the day, and like live updates in real time. So I was working on building one of those this morning. It's actually coming along pretty good. Let me see if I can pull it up here. It works in pre-market too, which is pretty cool. Not maybe that's not very useful, but this is it over here. It's kind of running its first version this morning. I want to see how it works at the open. Let's see, B. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty cool. I think I want to leave it running today while we watch the market and see how it works. Should reset at market open. I just don't know how often I have it update. I think right now it's every 5 seconds. I don't know how fast Trade Ideas does it. I don't even know yet. But, like we just kind of knew we wanted to build it, and we just started building it. I don't even know if we have a plan for that quite yet. Right now, it's just kind of actually making sure it's a good product that people can use. To be honest. Um, so yeah. Cameron, I was just showing this new highs, new lows, like stock scanner that ManRav once had a subscription to that I wanted to kind of recreate. I think it's pretty cool. I'm testing it out today. but it's curated to like our specific universe. So it's, you won't get any like real shit goes in here that don't trade any volume. And I think you can set the liquidity requirements you'd like as well in the settings right here. Just intraday. It's just an intraday scanner to see what's making the most new highs, what's making the most new lows, so you can quickly get a glance of where money's going or leaving, I guess. It's not a new thing or anything. This is a pretty like really common day trading kind of scanner or whatever, intraday scanner, but I just wanted to make one. Man, this whole bond market situation is interesting. I don't really know anything about it, but everyone's talking about the Druck post or whatever last night, and TLT's ripping this morning, and you got Jackson Hole on Friday, which is probably going to be a big deal. It feels like we're building up to a big moment on Friday, and it's kind of just like wait and see, or like kind of wait to see what's going to happen. I feel like a lot of people are just kind of waiting. Um, I was talking about that positioning this morning. The cop positioning in the 30-year. I heard Jason Shapiro mention it on the Crowded Market Report. It was really interesting. Let's go 30-year. Yeah, really crowded positioning. I think large speculators most short in like 5 years or no, 4 year, 3 years. Yeah, since October 23, most extreme kind of positioning on both sides. That's pretty gnarly, especially when you take a look at like what the chart looks like. Like tried to break down below this massive multi-year support, and now it's like staging like an undercut and rally, and it's actually getting some pretty solid volume here. 4 weeks above average volume, probably gonna be five. Probably gonna trade big volume today or this week. Sorry, really interesting. But yeah, forgive me if I'm missing a little bit of the news. I've just kind of had, been deep in the work on the website last night, this morning. I was up pretty late last night working on it. So I don't know if I could be able to cover all the news pieces this morning. Saw some stuff with Apple and their products. Baba CEO buying some shares, I think, looks like. We're just gapping up on the queues this morning. Right into this just cluster of shit here. You do have like an intermediate trend reversal, like what's his name? Brian Shannon gap against intermediate trend probably today. Not the greatest setup for it, but it's there. May not work right away. It might kind of work in like slow motion, given that it feels like the market really is waiting for some bigger catalysts later this week. So it may not feel like it's working in the moment, but like the setup is there. We undercut a big support area, this really big open gap. We undercut the follow through day. We undercut the anchored VWAP from the swing low. Um, Really, the anchored VWAP is really like the good bad line for me right now on the Qs at least. Um, which I wouldn't necessarily, the Qs haven't really gone anywhere in like 4 months, technically speaking, but there's been some decent movements within that. To me, especially given the context of what the semis did and stuff, I don't really consider this so range bound. I mean, the 50-day is flat, so you have that. So we have been sideways for a little bit, but to me, we kind of this was like really range bound kind of to me, because it was like after a really big move, big extended move for 2 months, but we had like a big capitulation here on the market, specifically in the semis and the AI trade and stuff. And then we had this big rip off the lows. We got the follow through day. And really, we got this like little failed push out where it felt like buyers just kind of got exhausted a little bit, and no one was really willing to pay for like higher prices at the time, right? And then we got this gap down, and since then we've kind of just been pulling back, trying to find support. Since the gap down, it's only been 5 days. So, if like after the end of this week we're still in this range, I'd be like very surprised to be honest. But this feels like the first like real true kind of pullback following this correction here. And the anchored VWAP is big too because I mean this anchored VWAP like I just love swing low and swing high AVWAPs. Um, to just get an idea of kind of who's in control of the market, like at least just like in the intermediate term. Like right now, like since the lows, bulls are still in control, I think. We're still well off the low. They're still stepping in at support. Sometimes it takes a couple lows to, accumulate this thing and turn it back up. It, might not just be, the first pullback gets bought. So, but we did undercut the open gap. We undercut the anchored VWAP. So as long as we stay, we got a good line in the sand now, I think at yesterday's low. If we lose that, we might be in for a little bit of a slower period for a while, or heading back down to retest some lower levels. But we'll see. I mean, God, if there's a tape to like not want to buy gap up in, it's this one. So I don't blame anyone if they like really aren't buying this or feeling it today. Gap ups have not been easy to buy lately at all. So it already makes today kind of not so interesting. QQQ's already made like a 75% ATR move in the pre-market, so we've used up a lot of range in the pre-market. Most of it kind of just being driven by like the gap up on the semis. SOX, SMH, a lot of the semis came into like this kind of higher low territory and had a little intraday mean reversion bounce and are kind of falling through back up today. Which is good to see. Still below the swing low VWAP, so we could still chop around or reject here. But I wouldn't be in a rush to short these right now, to be honest. Mag is getting very, very tight. This is kind of a crazy chart. I mean, you got to think this is gonna make its move on Nvidia's earnings. It could go beforehand. Um, but yeah, this is getting really tight. This is like one of the most interesting charts out there. Um, Very interesting. Man, I do think IGV is interesting though. The software trade is interesting because a lot of these have kind of, here's the way I kind of look at software is that, these are obviously being accumulated down here with all the volume, right? And then you got the big rip off the lows. So this is when the whole market had its big, big bull run here, coming out of the, Iran stuff. And then we pulled back when everything corrected, so we saw the semi software trade, crazy unwind in that pair trade in these areas. And this is where they really proved themselves to me. It was like, okay, are these really going to become a little bit of a theme and push out here and reclaim the 200 day? Or are they going to kind of just roll back down and chop forever? And they pushed out. And now this is like kind of the real like first time these are actually based in setting up. And with the amount of volume IGV traded, I don't know. See, this is where volume can be kind of dirty, like Mike Webster says. I really don't know like how much credit to give this volume. I mean, the volume down here was insane. I think in just like 2 weeks, IGV traded as much volume as it did in the entire year of 2024, by the way, down here, which is like insane volume. And how much of that was just like, pair trades with the semis like unwinding and like a lot of just like churn positioning here versus like actual big money accumulating this for a long hold. I don't really know, but with that amount of volume, you'd think that this is going to eventually try to make a run for like new all-time highs. Um, but you got a lot of these names that made some nice moves and are really setting up now. IGV is going sideways. I don't really know how to play it. I like the look. I was thinking about just playing some IGV calls. I've never traded IGV calls. I wish there was like a 2x software ETF. It's like, with the leverage ETFs we have these days, it's so surprising that that doesn't exist. Leverage software ETF, really. I've never traded the calls on them. I don't know how the options are if anybody else has traded them. Um, but some of these names look good. TSR was mentioned in some of them. RBRK, they have earnings this week. He's been talking about now a lot. So you could trade some of these. I don't know that I really want to like pick one to be honest. Like I mean RBRK looks the best. It looks the strongest. It looks like it has the most potential, but they got earnings in 2 days, and like so like I don't know if I really want to pick one. Like Frog looks okay, pushing out this morning. I don't even know if it, not really trading much volume. Um, so I don't know. I was thinking if IGV like swept this range down here and held the 20 EMA and turned back up, I think that would be a sick opportunity to just even just snag. Like I might even, maybe I'll just buy some IGV shares. I don't know. But this is really intriguing because it's pulling back, the range is contracting, it's getting tight. A lot of the names in the group are setting up. Something to keep an eye on. So I'll probably keep an eye on IGV. Um, gold and silver pulling back a little bit. Same with crypto. Bitcoin kind of pushed into that spot that we talked about on iBit yesterday. I said this 46 area and this all-time high anchored view app is probably where you run into your first kind of area of buyer exhaustion, where you have this like vertical move outside the upper Bollinger Band. Still well off the highs, right? Still 40% off the all-time highs. So this is like kind of like a bear market rally, right? These can pull back a little harder than you think. I mean, it looks like it's kind of bottomed for now. Um, we'll just have to see how it trades over the next couple days and weeks, but starting to pull back a little bit. Nothing crazy. PLTR gapping down a little bit. A lot of people watching Amazon with that mags. Yeah, Amazon's probably one of the better looking setups as far as like the mags go. Like Amazon, yeah, Amazon, a lot of really similar setups. Amazon kind of just had this earnings gap up, pulled back, and it's kind of just been soaking up every dip into the gap here, reclaiming the moving averages this morning. Um, it's kind of same thing with Microsoft. It's supporting at the anchored VWAP from the earnings gap up and kind of just hanging out here. Google had a couple headlines this morning. I don't really know what to make of this chart, but it's trying to kind of turn back up a little bit. So yeah, mRNA I think could be an interesting trade today, to be honest with you. Yesterday wasn't technically an inside day, but the price action felt like an inside day. It just kind of dipped and got bought up and chopped around into the close, and it closed like kind of near the upper half of the range. This hourly chart is really interesting on mRNA. You guys can see, you had the big EP, whatever gap up move. It pulled back. You got a lower high, then you got a higher low, and then now the range is just contracting and getting really, really tight. To me, I'm kind of looking at this, like this. And trust me, a lot of traders are still watching this, and it's going to continue to trade a lot of volume, and and probably be in play. Its ATR is about or average percent true range is about 10% right now, 9-10%. But this to me looks like it wants to try to run at the open. I could be completely wrong, but it looks like a setup where this is going to try to gun for 150 out of the gate, and then I don't really know what happens there, to be honest. It is interesting though, because it's just kind of getting tight after a big move. Then again, it could just pull, some of those biotechs gap up huge with an insane outlier move and just chop forever. And will always look like they're setting up something because the illusion of this big move, but they never end up doing anything. So we'll see. Um, all I kind of feel like worth mentioning, to be honest, is there anything I'm missing? Nvidia's gapping up, came down into the 50-day. Knock, knock basing the 200-day. Damn. This thing pulled back 55%. Holy shit. All right. Um, yeah, we'll see how today looks. Can't say I got anything I'm super interested in this morning. PLTR getting nice and tight. Let's go do what we do, people. Be smart. Not the type of market to be goofing around all day with trades you didn't plan on taking.
Good morning.
Look at this. Look at this guy right at the bell.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Let's do it.
You can't pull my screen up.
Yep. Hold on, my Zoom's freezing. 1 second. It's glitching out. Give me 1 second.
About some now 127.12. HPE's got a nice candle so far. Dell too. Coming in already.
Choo, 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 choo.
You strong, good. Up 3% on the TQQ.
Nice.
It's Palantir doing the Palantir just dancing around.
That
Circle's
mRNA
going
is
red
trying to
degrees.
push.
What do you got?
I was talking about mRNA as a setup today at the open. It looked like people are going to come for this.
See, I got my eyes on TEM. TM's pretty weak actually.
Some of these semis pretty strong out of the gate. MRVL up 6%.
All right, tonight's red degree on circle. Butterfly strong, lower days right at the HVC. Lobby strong. SNDK. Mm. Micron strong. Perfect. CRISPR strong. Might want to try this TEM here with XPI pushing. There's a nice little pullback.
Yeah, it's right at
I'd
the
pref
it's at I mean, I don't know if this matters yet, but it's at the anchored view app from the gap up day I have marked.
Yeah, I'm gonna try some. I'm typing it in right now.
Mm, 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 mm.
Let me take one more look here quick. I'm gonna wait till 65 flat gets broken, I think. So $1.40 risk. Healy gets one more day. Circle's nice. MDB's coming in the previous day low. Semi's acting good. Q's right at the 50 SMA and 20 MA up there. Yeah, RBRK might take me out. At TEM 6490. What's Robinhood
Mm.
doing? Robinhood, nice candle too.
Oh yeah, nice oops on CRCL and coin.
Is any XA is a hot little chart in the mineral metal group. ALM's another one I'm tracking in the mineral the metal group. RBRK trying to get a lower wick. Service now, red to green. Mongo Bongo, $4 risk. Undercut 400. Who wants it? Nobody? No, me neither, I guess.
Nice red to green on now.
Nice.
That looks nice. I like that.
I don't lie. I take Mount MDB here, but I'd prefer. I don't really want to get that much stuff right now.
I feel you. Yeah.
Nice oops on no.
Hey, oops is a slap, baby.
Oops is a slap.
Especially in your favorite stocks.
Should have taken LabVIEW, I think, instead of TEM. Yeah, Andrew. It's what I don't. It's what I don't like. They're like dangling these kick-ass. I mean, I usually try to keep it simple. Clean setups, clean risk, do your
Hey,
thing.
PLTR looks nice. Taking out yesterday's high.
Nice.
That looks nice. These software's been working, dude. This IGV chart's setting up.
Yeah.
Oh, I would slam a 2x IGV right now.
I know.
I'm gonna have to play the calls.
I mean, I got TQQQ from 6860 yesterday. I actually meant to do the math last night on what my um, true cost is. MDB looks nice, guys. I should buy that too. Anybody? Someone just lied to me and say they bought it. Good, Blake. Good.
FNGU is pretty strong remounting right now.
Let's see. Good. Blake, you should have bought it. For real. Allie, I don't mean to be rude, but that was dumb. The perfect plan of undercut 400 and reclaim. Well, if you're gonna take it yesterday, you gotta let the stock define your stop today, or give a standard, 3%. If you're gonna buy that candle yesterday, you have to give either standard just like a 3%, or let the stock define your stop. Yeah, it's not a stop. That's how I got into trouble with TQQQ. Spotify strong.
mRNA
Mm.
going.
That Uber looks nice, previous day high. CRML, I haven't heard that name in a while. MP is another one of those 200 SMA candles. B fly looks nice. Mm, good action on mRNA 152s.
Yeah, this
This could
hourly
get.
chart. Dude, look at the hourly chart on mRNA.
Oh yeah, that's pretty clean.
It just screamed like Bulls on Wall Street stocks in play for the day.
mRNA.
Yeah, just the look. Mm.
CRML have a PR or something? Is Canal tweeting about it? Oh, can CRML Heat. There he is.
I hate that stock now.
I
I hate
only
them
trade the
all.
2X. I only trade the 2X version of it.
There's a 2X
There's like a couple of them.
CRMX. Holy shit.
HPE's Bible. RBRK red to green. Dell's back over 450. All right, got the oops on now. Palantir's good. TQQQ good. B fly good. Good start on TEM 2%. Good start on now 2%. Oh, what do you know? Give me a crypto and like a Robinhood or a Circle. Should have bought that MDB at 403. Q's new highs. Get the VIX up a little bit too right now. Might be misprinting. I'm not really sure.
IGV over yesterday's high.
Beautiful. Wayfair's got a signal just like Snowflake did back in late May. Clean, clean, clean. Mongo bongo. Clean service now. Nice hammer on TM. Twilio, hi Dave.
Damn, Nvidia were claiming a lot of that sell-off yesterday.
Did it?
Nice.
Oh, come on, computer. Oh yeah, nice. Look at that. Yeah, yeah. Could end up giving you a inverted or reverse hot dog pattern tomorrow though on a earnings gap up and fail.
Been a while since we've seen one of those. This market
Uh,
would do it though, for sure.
it, this market is a reverse hot dog type of market. Yeah, I agree. Yo, you draw it on the chart? Yeah, for sure. So the red is here. Let me draw it for you. It would be like this. You can find this in the Japanese candlestick book. The hot dog and the reverse hot dog. Uh,
Dude, Oliver start preschool today?
yeah,
Dang, that's crazy.
you should have seen all these one kid parents just crying.
Yeah.
Willis and I were laughing at him. Oh, first time.
Oh, that's good.
Oliver's running down the hallway, trips and falls, starts bleeding. What are you gonna do? I'd like service now to get 130, 131 this morning. We'll see. Q's at high day. Good behavior. Remounting the 50 and the 20 May right now, guys. 130 wall. Thank you.
That little pullback, I mean, maybe right there at 940 could have been the Brian Shannon spot.
Yeah.
We talked about that this morning, how that was, kind of in play. mRNA blasting.
Dow Jones coming in green to red. Spies into a declining 90 May. You got the advanced decline actually down since open. We opened up positive 300 down to negative 430 right now. High day on spies right at the declining 90 May. Trump escalates Canada. Oh. Good action on TEM. That was a nice little 30-minute pivot on mRNA yesterday. At about 135-ish. Hold with the VWAP in the afternoon, about 136. It's actually a good look.
Yeah, I was saying today into the open, you can kind of treat yesterday as an inside day. Or at least it traded like one.
Yeah, even better now that undercut. Yeah, Dell HPE remounting the 90 May and getting over previous day high. That's solid. I like this ADXA. I've got to position this in, I don't know, one of my Robinhood accounts.
Wow, NVIDIA. Oh, nice. Dude, this AMD chart's so interesting.
That motherfucker. Hey, ABCL's yeah, I saw that, Bronco. That was weird.
Yeah, like very low.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been slowly doing that for like a week or two. I feel like every day it's kind of been stair stepping down a little bit.
Yeah, it was interesting. I got in, I was like, oh, nobody was jazzed about today. I was like, oh, interesting. That's the Anchored View app from the TEM movie, you say, huh? Oh yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I had an hourly chart up with it. You pull up an hour. Oh yeah, you have an hourly chart. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Like undercut it. Damn, night. You bought that, dude?
Yeah. I
Sick,
got
dude.
60, 64.90. I should have
Nice.
bought it at 64.50, but I was like, yeah, let's see. Need better jokes. Damn, sorry, Bubble. Hmm. I figured it was because of the dog shit trading. Good to know. It's just because of the jokes. There you go. How's that for you? There we go. You asked, I delivered. America's back, kids. Now we got a chance here. If the QQQ ends up essentially like cross back to the downside, that would be and reject the declining 9 and 20 and technically declining 50 day, that'll be no good. Right now, money at risk. Palantir stop break even. I suppose money at risk on Butterfly. Rubric, it's probably gonna sell me out because it's gonna be break even into earnings, and I'm gonna have to sell that because if it gaps down, I'm buying that gap down, like just market on open, buying gap down, depending on their earnings numbers, of course. But and if it gaps up, it's gonna be like, oh gosh, you should have just held into earnings. It didn't hit your stop. Blah 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 blah. So I suppose that money's partially at risk. TQQQ, not at risk. I'm gonna put that stop at break even. Um, I'm gonna keep eyes on Mongo Bongo. I should have bought it. Eli Lilly looks good. This Danny here looks good. If you want some metal and minerals plays, this MP is that a gap spot? They got the 200-day below. You got kind of launch paddy action. I'd like it to build out a little bit more. You got ALM and NEXA in terms of some of the like whatever mineral type names that's on my watch list. I posted some randos yesterday afternoon. GM, Uber, Spotify, DHR. I like this DHR look. This is actually a really good company, by the way. Um, we'll see if they end up doing anything. I'm not really watching them, to be honest. Oh, 3M was another one. How we doing, guys?
IGV back to low a day.
Is it? Yeah, you guys, Snowflake Week. I don't like that. Q's below the view app. I don't like the rejection of the 90 million by Ali. Did you short that or what? Videos, I like BFLY. Good. This fucker just do the same. That's so funny. I love PBA. I love Jay. He is my favorite person and trader I think that exists. Watch out, Overkill. Move over, buddy. Um, oh, he got about snow just a couple minutes ago. Um, about snow at 120 or now at 127. Or sorry, at well yeah, 127 at 8:31. He bought it at 126.50 at 8:32. I got TEM at 8:36 a.m. 64.90. Where is this? He got it 8:43 at 65.90.
That's crazy. You got to get him on, dude.
I know, dude. It's so often like back and forth where we're like within like a couple seconds of each other on to buy. I love it, dude. It's remarkable. I think him and I trade very like look at the market in a very similar way. Um, all he's really in fact it's why I added the like 4 EMA because he's really good at like historically I've had trouble on maybe some slightly extended moves if you will and he's really good at finding his way into those which I really expect. By the way, if I'm just gonna leave service now, stop at low day. Yeah, I thought about finagling it. It's $1.75 risk, a percent and a half. I'll be happy if I can get TEM to stick. Honestly, like that would be very cool. Oh, Brock, I tweeted about it, but I want to do like a East Coast road trip in October.
Do you?
Yeah, I want to
East
fly out to
Coast.
yeah, I want to fly out to New York, rent a car, meet some people in New York, and New Jersey, drive down to DC, meet some people in DC, drive down to Virginia, of course, then drive
I'll
down
just
to
drive
North
up to DC, bro.
or drive up to D yeah, you can drive up to DC, and then and then drive down to North Carolina, and then down to Florida, and then fly home from Florida.
Wow. Sorry, that's just so crazy. It's so weird thinking of you like leaving Minnesota.
I know I hated it last time, but I'm brave. No, not house hunting. I just want to meet up with people.
Dude, that would be super cool, bro.
Originally, my plan was to drive through Chicago, meet up with like Ariel and Marin Rev and Alex Jones, and I guess and People Wish, and whoever else. But I don't really want to drive from Chicago out to New York. Oh, big humps. That'd be a good time. Yeah, I like the way this B flag is acting. Don't like the way Service Now is pulling back intraday. Palantir, a little suspect. Q's kind of a fucking ugly candle, huh? Might just look at the Q's weekly. It looks better. So weekly, oops there. I know, Andrew. Look at the weekly though. Yeah. And the weekly is like, okay, well, no possible weekly oops.
I'm expecting just um like really worry out price action next couple of days.
Oh
Like we're
yeah.
at mags multiple times a day is gonna look like a remount or a wedge up. And I'm gonna try to figure out which one it is right now.
Oh, okay, good to know. Oh yeah, the left is a higher time frame. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, the left's 30 minute and the right like intraday action. Yep.
Damn, bro, that'd be crazy meeting you in person. You're gonna be so tall. How tall are you?
6'6".
Damn, dude.
Mm,
I'm like 5'10", bro, 5'9".
so there she goes, man. ABCL hot. And I figured after hanging out on Zoom for every day for 5 years, it'd be time to meet.
Go meet some people, dude.
CRISPR's hot. I probably get stuff out of
Who's
Zoom.
in DC?
Um, uh, um, who said they're gonna drive? Oh, Richard Moglen said he'd drive down to meet in DC.
Oh, is he in Where is he?
He's somewhere. I actually don't know where he is.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't even know you talked to him.
Yeah.
That'd be cool, me
Uh,
and Richard.
yeah. He's in Massachusetts. Okay.
Gotcha.
Palantir green to red. His hood's looking nice.
Dang,
Better
man,
than
if you guys
February, yeah.
if you guys didn't care about the Zoom, I'd hop in the car and we could make the trip together down to Florida.
Dude, do it.
That'd be cool. Make the driving a little less boring.
Yeah. This butterfly. Anybody got this butterfly, guys? It's a perfect candle today. Yesterday, I was a little bit nervous. Started to turn around, lower wick off the 20 May, reclaiming the HVC. You had to buy that. Um, Little Oliver, you think he's okay?
Oh yeah. Oh,
I don't know. He's
PLTR nasty.
yeah.
Gap and fade, gap and fade. Yeah, we'll get your Sauchi to run the Zoom. Dude, this purr is impressive, man. Jeez.
It is. I can't believe Trump said in a press conference talking about hyperliquid. I can't believe that.
It's crazy.
A couple of the ones that I was going to be looking at for indication from the market were going to be Snowflake, Palantir, and MDB. I'm like, if these don't really end up getting going, it's not
I
going to
want
be.
IGV to sweep this like 101, maybe even down into 100, and then reclaim the 20 MA. That would be sick.
Yeah, that would be sick. Fill the gap, 99.42. Be a good spot too. Oh, I remember it as well. Um, LGVW. Butterfly Weekly going red to green now. Fuck, dude, I should just buy some more of this right now if I'm gonna get stopped at Palantir.
Like,
Big
bro,
humps. Nah, I'm good on that.
like what if we got this on IGV, bro? I would slap that so hard.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm hoping for.
So HP. So the only two that are not the only two, but two other ones that are interesting that I considered buying early in the session were Mongo Bongo and HPE. Um, I'm gonna update positions here.
Dude, BFLY, nice. Damn, FIVN looks nice. Frog looks good.
Dude, this BLY breaks $10, it's going to 10.01. Amazon back below Friday's high. What do I got on TM 6490?
I feel like this is such like a TEM thing to do. I don't know why. This is like exactly, I feel like how the stock like that undercut and turn back up today.
Oh yeah, it looks exactly like it did last time I bought it.
Dude, it looks like 820, 820, 2025.
Yep,
Literally like the same exact candle pattern.
right there. That's where I
Yeah.
bought it last time, I think.
Had an
No, no,
inside
no, no, no.
day.
I bought this 64 the 3-day delayed reaction.
Yeah, yeah. I'm saying it just looks like that inside day and then hammer candle and reclaim. Like that's exactly what it's doing right now.
100%.
Hmm.
How's RZLV doing, Wiz? Yeah, it's basically if you get 290 on this, you probably see some momentum. Not really much of a you got a little intraday seller probably breaks through that spot there, 288. It's good to see them. You know what sucks about these markets too, and the one of the more harder mental things is I was going back through some executions and going mapping out some optimal positioning and entries and blah blah blah. There's only a few things that I would have done differently, but minimal. And I kind of came to the realization that the actions, the difference in decisions and actions are actually very minimal. It's really just the result and follow through that is the main variable, which makes it so challenging. Which I think is honestly where a lot of traders get into trouble is that they want to change so many different variables because of the feedback that the market's giving you. And there's really only a very few things that you should adjust or not like change and control the sizing, duration, and frequency um, of those, duration being the least important, probably. Um, anyways, like let's say TEM comes back all the way down, stops me out at 64.90. Should I not have taken that? Um, let's say Mongo Bongo comes back down and takes out 399. Does that mean it shouldn't have the trade shouldn't have been taken? Maybe. Does that mean you don't take the next one that shows that?
Damn, Dick's down 25%. Holy shit.
Wait, what is?
Dick's
Oh,
finally left that 3-year range. Damn.
yeah, Dix has just been hanging up there for a while now.
Gross.
Gross.
The XYZ upside. Don't see
Love VCX.
anything on VCX or Zoom, nothing. Could be a little trend line, bro. No,
Chat room pump?
maybe.
I don't know. Um, yeah, big humps. I was hoping someone would come would I agree. I was hoping someone would challenge what I said with a market filter because one could respond with QQQs below the 50 SMA, so therefore do I want to take a 20 May undercut on Mongo Bongo because of it, or a Palantir or lower wick with the QQQ below the 50 SMA? And that would be a valid response. I would I would say, yeah, okay. If that's a market filter, then yes, ignore it. But if the market filter is on, then you have to take that. MP going red to green. I'm gonna take a scan to the market here. Viati ABCL is looking strong. SMCI, little kicker action. Per. I own rum in one of my Robinhood accounts, not very much of it. But once they kind of leaned in, they had a couple of back-to-back PRs about their cloud business. And basically I was like, okay, well, if this becomes a thing, that's not reflected in their market cap. Hey Siri, set an alarm for 10:40.
Little chips reversal on the Qs. Soxel too. XBI pretty strong.
A good example of a stop defining period. For example, on TQQQ from yesterday's entry at 68.60, I'm up I mean a dollar. $1.20, but 1.8%. So despite the shit ass action on this right now and the rejection and quite frankly probably a short spot. Let me pull up SQQQ. Um, my worst case scenario is the same amount of money that I had. You know what I mean? To
Yeah.
me, I consider that a position of strength. That's why I don't need the market to do a certain thing at a certain time. Like same thing with Micron at 784. Like it's despite its dog shit action, from 1,000 to 880. It just came down to where at the lows yesterday I was down or up $100 per share on it. You know what I'm saying? Good job, crackers. CRISPR's got some nice candles today too, guys.
Some
OpenAI's jalapeno. What? Pac B is a good one. RX. I haven't looked at that for a minute. Yeah. Butterfly, yeah. I think CRISPR's and TEM are the ones that I like the best. That's a nice candle on CRISPR. ABSI is another one that I got on my list. There's one more. Oh, ABCL. Um, I'm happy with TEM. Oh yeah, IBRX is here. Let me pull it up on my screen here. Yeah, this is like one of those forever flags. I just don't know what to do with that. Um, CAIE. Yeah, this is hot, dude. Oh my God. Look at that candle on Wednesday. Um, oh, don't forget about it. Yeah, dude. CGen, CompuGen. What could go wrong?
her all-time highs.
So that's a hobby.
Epic news trade.
Yo, Bieber, this MP is looking kind of nice. I got Nexa with Dark NEXA. I don't have it in my main account. I got it in. So, Gen B, obviously, it's founder of. Really? Palantir. This is why I'm banned from Palantir, guys. You should know this.
Market down tick, a little spiky. Trump says all mines have been removed and are detonated. I feel like I read this once a week. Here you go.
Through Space Force, we are watching every square inch of the strait. Bullish for Planet Labs or what? There's Robin Hood's looking nice. Bearish for yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Sherlock. What's Carvana doing? Mm. Circle, it's a nice candle. Wow. Oh, it gave it a little intraday pullback at the open. 80. Oh no. 85.50.
Yeah, CSGL is kind of similar to TEM a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, crypto's where it's at right now, dude. And these biotechs.
Oh. Nice push on TM.
Damn nice, dude. Dude, this purr is going nuts. Oh my god. What a move.
to say candle on TM.
Video pulling back a little bit. Damn. PLT. Dude, TM looks nice, bro. It's got a real shot now too that the theme is like finally hot.
We'll see. I hope so.
Like out of any of these, I feel like as a trader or like a momentum trader, this is the name I'd want to go to. You know what I mean? Like this is the stock.
Yeah. Circle, I would be okay with Circle too. Um, Honestly, I was watching Hood a little bit more at Open and Service Now, the inside day, the tap of the 90 MA. I didn't like the declining 200. Um, on this, ideally, nah, Hood, nah, I probably should have. I mean, Circle and TM are the same. Circle right at the 200 moving average. I'm actually mad because I didn't see this 10-minute right here, how this pulled back in and held again right at the 200 day at 85.50 and then curled back up because I could have got this at 87 um later in the like 87 with 85.50 stops, so I could have had $1.50 risk on this right here.
Dude,
Oh,
that is how Circle moves too. Like if you look at its last run, like in February, like especially like the fourth day, like or like the third day after its earnings move, like oh, it just like little gap and undercuts and just goes. Thought this was gonna have a little bit more trouble here. That's impressive.
hey Weeble, if you're this actually, God, I really don't want to miss Circle Hood, not take coin, and then buy Weeble through $9. Is that really the person I want to be? Is that really who I want my children to look up to? I was just talking about the crypto moves.
Dude, that Super Mario shirt he's got on is sick.
Oh, he's wearing.
Yeah, I just
Oh
sent it
yeah,
to
yeah,
you.
yeah. Dude, you should see his shoes. So, my best friend from kindergarten, him and I were college roommates together too. He's like, um, Eddie Van Halen. Um, com anyways, he's got this long, like just beautiful red hair, like Axl Rose, and he can play the guitar better than or he used to have a long red hair. He can play the guitar better than like any of the professionals. He's in a couple bands and anyways, big Van Halen fan. Um, and Oliver picks out these shoes that have the Eddie Van Halen design on them. Or the Van Halen kind of whatever design on them.
Dude, he's looking fresh.
I was so proud of him. 'AEVA. Yeah. Twenty 28. My computer's bugging out today. Am I alive?
Yeah, you good.
Bro, I'm totally frozen.
Damn, dude, some of these stocks like twist. Holy shit.
Right.
It's a huge move.
So calls and puts. You said this is the mRNA founder, or what was it? My computer froze out again. What the fuck?
Original mRNA founder started this bio. Whoa.
I gotta restart, Rocco.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Man, pretty boring probably ahead of these catalysts later this week. Might get a little shoppy this afternoon. Similar to yesterday. Got cryptos and biotechs going again today. Damn, RZLV. What was was there PR on this morning? Had to have been. I forgot to look at the pre-market movers. Okay, Google uses their tech. Damn. Nice. Dude. mRNA pushing new highs on the day. This thing's acting nice. This thing should just go. This thing should just push new highs today or tomorrow. I would think. This is a true, EP. Wow, SMCI trading well today. Rich Tech Robotics. Rick Tech. This BTCT's been going nuts. You guys remember this thing? Made like a 2000% move in 2024. GPUS. Yeah, I remember that one from last year. Whoa. Be right back, guys. All right. I got something super cool to show you guys in like maybe 10 minutes. Man, it's just dead out there. Yeah, you guys hanging in there? It's pretty quiet. Things really started to kind of slow down around 11 o'clock yesterday. We'll see if that's the case today. You guys should have seen this prompt TSDR had yesterday for that he was giving to Claude. It was ridiculous. Yeah, XE trying to carve out a little bottom at the 50 day. Oh, I wish I could I want to read what TCR sent me for to how he got this prompt because he uses Perplexity to generate the prompt that he gives to Claude. I think he had it run 4 million total tests last night, and now he's surprised that his computer's freezing up on him. mRNA highs. This was like probably the best setup into today. I have some shares, not in my trading account actually. In my longer term account, I actually just bought some at like 130 with a stop at the EP day low just to see if this ends up actually wanting to, be like a game changing kind of move. I don't really know though. That was a nice looking today. You had like the really tight hourly kind of VCP setup. Very good. And you also just had, XBI kind of setting up on the like gap and pull back to the nine. Oh, NVAX explode. Nice. Yeah, TLT at highs. Wow, mRNA beast. Quantums. IonQ. Hmm. QBT. God, I'm not good at trading this kind of stuff down here. BLTR kind of struggling a bit here. I'm actually surprised. I thought this was gonna try to push out today. We're pulling back in a little bit. Hog moving down on Canada headlines. What's Hog? Oh, Harley Davidson. Canada announces counter tariffs on roughly $20 billion of U.S. products. The measures take effect September 8th and cover around 700 products at rates of 15, 25, or 50%. Ottawa will introduce a $7.5 billion package to support businesses and workers hit by U.S. tariffs. Um, Canada said, or Carney said that Canada would retaliate dollar for dollar, targeting steel, dairy, agriculture equipment, and pulp and paper. Harley Davidson. Damn. Damn, BM&R. Oof. BMNU 100% in 5 days. What do you guys think? Mags rounding to turn back up, or is this a little wedging action? Amazon. Yeah, Nvidia kind of got stuffed up there, huh? Be going for 8 down days in a row today if it closes down on the day. Caramel. Yeah, I know what you meant. Caramel. God, I don't know. I just don't see it on these. I mean, they're obviously getting some momentum last couple of days. I mean, I remember I traded USAR back. I mean, dude, this was insane. The way you guys remember the way these rare earth stocks were moving during the tariff stuff? That was insane. When I was long USAR back here out of this space on this day. Holy shit, was that crazy. Especially near the high. Like this was insane around here. There was so many headlines with these, like MP. That was when like MP broke out. And that was right after the Qs and SPY had like the big bad break day because of like what was this for again? Oh, I don't even remember. But that day I remember was insane on the rare earths. Like in after hours, USAR was like flying around like 30% in after hours, and CRML was like had this insane parabolic short, and UAMY too. That was crazy, dude. These stocks were so fun to trade at that time. That action on MP was insane. I remember intraday there was like headlines, and I day traded this. I was short SPY like literally all day this day on SPX 0 dates, just rolling down, rolling down. Had a massive day that day. Let's see, we can probably go back. China tariffs, gotcha. Yeah, that day was crazy. Oh my gosh. Here's that day on replay mode on the queues. We like drilled right at 10:55 a.m. and just went all day. 2%, 3%, 4%. And that was like right out of a little uptrend. MP, this was, yeah, so MP had a big rip intraday on that catalyst here. I traded that move. This doesn't look like much, but that was 10% on MP. That was crazy. Then UAMY had the parabolic short day that I was early on that day. USAR. I didn't really sell that one very well. When was the soybean stuff? Was that that day too? Was it soybeans? Right? That was that day, right? Same day. Yeah. Man, that's where you can catch some huge like day trade opportunities when you get a day like that after like a period of just really low grind up. I mean, what was VIX coming into that day? 16. You get a 40% day in the VIX. You can catch massive, massive zero DT trades with ridiculously small size for a huge payout. I remember something about that sell off that day felt so mechanical right when it started. Like someone was ready to sell and it didn't matter what the headline was. Like it was crazy. And then it just kind of cascaded all day. Really kind of like this day in a way. We'd already been leaking a little bit on the semis though coming into that day. Yeah, what was that? There was someone, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. COOT. Man, the CRSP base is really interesting. It's always kind of been interesting to me. It's always caught my eye in like the weekend scans. But now it's really interesting because the whole group is really going. All right, guys, I'm almost ready to test this out on the stream. I want to show you guys this changes I made to this intraday new high, new low scanner is pretty cool. So I'm working on getting like the like how do I explain this? So in a way, the way it was like measuring it is that like what's a good example of a stock I could use right now? Like for CRSP, like it would measure this as a high right here, and then this would be the second high. This would be the third new high a day. This would be the fourth new high a day. So it was measuring it based off, I think, like breaking highs after consolidations, but I actually wanted like ticks, like how many ticks it's making new highs, like every new high print. I feel like that's how Trade Ideas has it, and it's an easier way to get a gauge on what's like really strong and really weak. So that's what I'm working on right now. But check this out. Let me show you guys. By the way, these aren't like the new highs and new lows numbers, and the sortings aren't accurate because every time I make an update right now, the engine restarts intraday. So this is like as of like 5 minutes ago. So check it out. So this is how it looks. You got the ticker, the price, and then this is the amount of new highs it's made. Same with new lows. And then this up here is basically going to be how many stocks in the UCT universe are making new highs, new lows at the moment. And then what you can do is um, choose sector. So you can now look at new highs, new lows by sector. So healthcare, industrials, and it counts and adds up the new highs within each stock in the group. So healthcare's got 35 new highs right now, 16 new lows. You can also go by industry. So you can see biotech obviously leading, 18. And then if you click it, you can actually view the stocks inside that are making those new highs. You can change the group. You can go to gold. Got themes too. So this is our custom UCT themes, oil services. It's a lot of industries. Don't know what this is. Yeah, this looks like dollar volume or price parameter. Hmm. And then this is over a certain amount of new highs, new lows. Okay. Okay, so we got the updates. Let's see. Let's see how it works. GRML. What the hell is this thing? Wasn't this a crypto treasury? Am I nuts? Last year, and now it says it's a biotech stock? Dude, what? Hold on. Dude, I remember the stock. I need to figure out what that move was. June 2025. That's when all the crypto treasury stocks were going. Oh, critical metals? Rare earths. Oh. Okay, so it's still a rare earth stock. Wonder why it says biotech. Okay, now this is updating better, more in real time. TWST, REGN. There we go. This is better. Perfect. AZN and APP looks about right. DKS still going. Whoa, 27%. Q's curling a little bit. Oh man. Yeah, SPCX low remount. Tesla SPCX popping. Humanoid robots could match humans within 5 years, RoboStrategy CEO says. SpaceX, huh? mRNA back to highs. TLT cruising. I kind of wish I was in this. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Damn, this scanner works pretty good, guys. This new low, new high scanner is pretty cool. I'll whip this up pretty quickly in like 20 minutes. AEM, NEM, RUM, EGO, RGLD, Reddit, yep. LODA, OKRA, ORKA. BlackBerry. Yeah, these are really accurate actually. I updated to real tick, so every new high a day tick it updates. And I think it's adding a tint on stocks that are fresh, like hot, like making new highs now. So this is going to favor. Yeah, okay. Burl. Oscar. Yep. I think stocks that are flashing, like basically this is going to rank it by which stocks have the most new high a day prints. So a stock that made a ton of high a day prints in the morning could stay up there even though it's not really making highs of the day. So I want it to mainly show like what's really hot right now in the moment. So I think it's adding a feature where stocks that are hot now are going to actually start having these little tints that are kind of not like a flashing, I think, but showing that it's like right now versus, something that ripped earlier today. That'd be cool. Let's go to sector, or let's go to industry. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, gold. So gold names must be going. Yeah, big red to green on GLD, GDX over yesterday's high. New lows, biotech. XBI is pulling back. Probably some weaker names in this group. Let's see. BBIO, ORKA, ANAB. These are pretty low liquidity names. Basic materials. Okay. I think it's going to change this from price column to percent change on the day instead. I think that'll look better. That's a cool thing too. If you don't like the UCT charts, you don't have to use them. But if you like some of the features, you can just pop this out into a new window. Um, Pop this out into a new window and use it next to your, trading view charts or something too. Bull, yeah, nice hold today. All right, let's return this back to the layout for now so I can run some tests. Nike launching new Air Jordan product. Very big in nuclear, huh? It's the best in nuclear ETF. Or the most liquid. LEUXE. Would I rather hold Nike or open? I don't know, bro. I feel like one day Nike makes a huge comeback. That'd be pretty cool. I don't know though. Nike from here. If I had to pick one, for sure. Now TTD or open, I don't know. Ooh, a cool thing to add to this new high, new low scanner would be a little marker anytime one of them's making 52-week highs or 52-week lows. That'd be cool. I have a Wyckoff buddy who's super convinced that this Nike's gonna has like a big move and it's being accumulated. I don't know though. I think. Dude, Oliver looks just like TSDR if he was a little kid. It's so funny. Dude, TM looks great. Nice action. Hey, Crackers, do you use any like scanners or anything throughout the day? Use IBKR for scanners? I feel like you always have eyes on so many stocks, and I want to know how and what you look at. You always have eyes on the top movers, and I'm curious your process. Alerts on trading. Yeah. Okay. What do you use on IBKR for scanners? I've never really even used the IBKR app at all. I just use the trader workstation, one iPad and phone. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah. That's cool. Charts on an iPad. That's pretty cool. I gotta try that. Trading view on the iPad? That sounds pretty sweet. I have an iPad. I don't use it really, but when I go like and I'm like away from the house, that'd be pretty cool. So IBKR has built-in scanners on the app. Let me check this out real quick. Hey, CT, you on here? I have a question. So obviously, don't give away your secrets if you got any secrets, but if you're managing that like hood position, obviously you said your average is 13. So I mean, you're mega chilling on it, up like almost 1,000%. You said you sold 30%. Where did you sell that 30% of initial, if you don't mind me asking? Like what kind of price area? Like when? Bulls CEO on CNBC yesterday. PD2 rumor was made on their business. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Bulls actually got some decent volume here the last couple of days. God, I hate charts this beat down though. When you can barely see the candles. Da, 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 da. Tariff lows 2025. 1,000%. February, March 2026. Nice, cool. No, I was just curious about how you go about managing a position like that. As far as like scaling out at specific targets or having a certain amount of give back or drawdown to where you reduce the position. When do you decide to kind of, you know what I mean? Nice hold on the tariff lows. Oh my God, that would have been brutal to sell that down there. True. True that. Yeah. MSTR going for the super oops, the little OEL candle. Not bad. SKM Zoom small pops. Anthropic expected to tell investors it sees a more than 30 trillion total addressable market. Sources say. XE, huh? Damn hood. Holy shit. What a move. All right. Anything going on intraday? We got IBIT making high day. This new high, new low scanner is working pretty good. Just making some adjustments to it. A lot of Bitcoin and crypto names making highs right now. Oh yeah, ARK's having a nice day. ARK's actually got a pretty nice base. PLTR reclaiming VWAP. Wow, rum. Whoa. Is ERO gonna break out of this 40 spot? Is there anything going on right now? Nothing. Stuck in VWAP on everything. Morning, man. Rat. Biotech, huh? All right, we're gonna test out a new feature on this new high, new low scanner in a second. Man, these XBI setups on the weekly are pretty pretty when you look back on it. Pretty pretty. Even though the daily kind of seems a little choppy at the time, the weekly looks clean. Keel. Oh boy. Got some dark pools on this or something? Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Go to the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back. You think so, going? Feels like software's gonna make its move when the broad market's ready to go. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But I agree. There's some did have a chance today. Let's see now. Yeah, kind of came back in. MDB. Okay. Let's kind of just go through the IGV real quick. There's some names in here that I wouldn't even really. Yeah, this isn't a very good. Let's see. You know what I was thinking the other day? Um, Cyber CIBR. Yeah. Okay, got some new updates finished on the new high, new low scanner. Let's test this out. All right, let's test this new high, new low scanner out. So I got rid of the percent change in the prices. So it's just the symbol and the number of new highs, new lows of the day. I added a little tint. So you could see the stocks will like have a little tint on their box when they're actually making highs of the day or lows of the day. There you go. SUI just did it. And then you go to, let's say, industry. You can actually click on it. It pops out the names that are contributing to those new highs. So ABCL, Capital Markets, Hood, regional banks, theme, Bitcoin and crypto. Oh, this is pretty sweet. Not really. We have a chart screenshot feature, but I can add one for the widgets pretty easily. This is a color shade in each cell indicate. Uh, indicates just like where it ranks among like the new highs. So like Hood is fully filled with green because it's made the most new highs since it started doing it. It's just a little visual effect. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. What mostly matters is the values. But I like how like Ariel has like a new highs, new low thing that's pretty cool. So you can see the groups that are like moving around and stuff. But the way this one's set up, it's super easy to like very quickly you be able to look in a group and scan through the stocks. And I had to kind of add that thing to where, because the old trade ideas Miranov used to use was a little weird, where like any stock that's making a new high a day was at the top, which is cool. I kind of wanted more to see like the whole day, kind of. Um, but then just to know like Hood is stop has been stopped at 50 new highs on the day for like the last 10, 15 minutes because it hasn't made a new high in a bit. But there's other stocks here that are climbing up on the list, making new highs on the day, and they get like a little, they flash a little tint, so you know that like that's whenever it flashes, it's not like a quote change or a new high or a yeah, it's a new high of the day basically is when it flashes. Okay, and then whenever a new low a day is made, it flashes. That's cool. Let me try some different themes. Ooh, that looks sweet. We can add calendar. Add a theme tracker in here. Dude, this is sweet. I'm digging this scanner. This is awesome. That's sweet. Yeah, RBRK's ticking on the new lows. It's up at the highest of the day right now. RBRK 89 new lows in the last probably hour, I'd say. That's pretty cool. And then this resets at market open every day. and it resets at pre-market open and it resets at market close. So this works in the pre-market and post-market. So a stock that starts ripping in pre-market, it's gonna just fly right to the top of this list. So it's basically like a pre and post-market scanner as well. So you have this open, it works in the pre-market. It's basically like a news scanner, I guess, in the pre-market because it's just gonna stocks aren't moving as much in the pre-market, so not as much, you know. So if a stock gets news or starts really moving off something in the pre-market, you're gonna notice, you know. Some of the other ones I use don't work in the after hours or pre-market. What are numbers next to high low? Oh, these are the total number of stocks making or total new highs in the UCT universe today, and then the total new lows today. Keep in mind this resetted like 45 minutes ago, so this isn't the full day. This is as of like maybe 11:45. Oh, next to the stock ticker, that's the number of new highs it's made on the day. And on the right side, the number of new lows it's made on the day. I like the industry one a lot. TWST. Yeah, TWST was top of the list earlier before I reset it. Themes, a bunch. I also want to make a new, similar to trade ideas, like a graph, like a chart of two lines that's constantly updating in real time, where one line is like stocks making new highs in the day, and one line is stock making new lows, like Manrav scanner he used to have. The scanner is on our platform that we're building, Swan, UCT Intelligence. Just testing right now, Swan. Okay, just gotta fix these boxes here. They don't change with the color. That is pretty sweet. I will use that. By the way, guys, if you have any like ideas, like that new highs, new low thing that I just made, like that's not anything new. It's not like a new concept. It's just a cool thing to have available, especially pre-market and post-market. Um, but if you guys have any ideas for cool little things like that are like helpful, like I kind of want to start a channel or something where you guys can share ideas because like anything we can make it. And that will be the cool part about UCT intelligence is being able to really respond back to feedback well, right? Like I'm sure TradingView has support tickets and stuff, but if you want a new feature on TradingView and you ask them, like, are they gonna really listen to one person? But like, I don't know, I mean, as long as it sounds useful and necessary, we can add anything. And the only thing I'm considering adding to this new high new low scanner is a little marker that shows us if the stock's making 52-week highs or 52-week lows. I'm trying to think how helpful that would be or if it would just crowd it. From Manrav. Let's see if he posted a picture of it before. Oh, this is what it was. So this is like a new high, new low scanner thing from like trade ideas. I kind of want to create like a little situational awareness window where you can open up and it will have like new highs, new lows, and then it'll have something like that. So like the green line is the amount of stocks making new highs in real time, and then the kind of like an advanced decline line in a way, I guess, but like it shows them separated. That's a cool little visual. Speaking of, we kind of need to make our own little advanced decline line in here that we do not have yet, like an intraday, like a ADD. Like we have uh, breadth parameters, like percentage of stocks above 50 day, but we don't have. Yeah, for sure. That's the whole point, CT, like to take it to that next level. Like a lot of services have new high, new lows for stocks, but they don't include like sector or industry, or I'll have it so you can, put your own watch list in here, whatever you want. The big thing about UST intelligence and what I'm going for is like really the customizable side of things, like being able to do so many things as far as customization and like an AD line, but a specific sector or watch list. Like that's pretty cool. And it's pretty easy to do. You just kind of have to put it all together so that it's not like overwhelming, right? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Man, I actually used to have a really cool intraday market monitor on TC2000 that I got from Mr. Low Risk. Here it is. Okay, so what was this? It was the okay. NYSE advanced decline line, NASDAQ advanced decline line with color conditions, which is pretty cool for extremes. And then tick. I know I had another one that was better than this. The bone zone. Spiders. Hmm. Okay, so this is stocks up on the day versus stocks down on the day. Oh, up 4%, down 4%? Or up 5%, down 5%. Okay. Oh, this is industries up on the day. Okay. Holy, that's not real. Is that real? What the hell did that come from? Did some stock get a huge rip in the real estates? Or that's just, oh yeah, it's just a liquid. A liquid. ASST. Yeah, this was on my momentum scan earlier this morning. I remember I traded ASST back here and I alerted it to the group in pre-market. I alerted the catalyst with my alerts tag and I was like, this sounds like a huge catalyst. And I sold it for like 1200% or something and then it ended up going almost 3000. Granted, I didn't really get enough. I didn't have a lot, but you don't need to have a lot of size for 1200% to push the needle a little bit. But this was awesome because I'm trying to remember, was ASST the first treasury last year? It might have been. I remember there was some huge names involved and it just hit all the keywords like that algos would just go nuts over. And we were coming into a little bit of a frothy period on the market too. Yeah, this was it. Oh no, no, we were so heavily we had so much conviction on this because CEP was just before this. What did CEP turn into? Cantor Equity. Oh, XXI, no. Did it? I looked at the chart the other day. Oh, it is XXI, right? Maybe TradingView, I think TradingView has it still. Hold on. Yeah, they do. So this was the first crypto treasury move, guys, last year, CEP. And they basically copied MSTR, basically. They were just doing what MSTR did for the most part. At least that's what I got from it. And I remember Short Bear traded this. All the big traders were trading this. It went 600% in like 8 days. And then I was like, holy shit. If there are any other stocks that like throw out a crypto treasury PR, like it's gonna go ape shit. And then ASST came a couple days later, and I posted this in chat, and I was like, "This sounds major." Let me see what were the names that were involved. It was says ASST is set to merge with Strive Asset Management to form this Bitcoin treasury company, a firm backed by Peter Thiel, JD Vance, and Bill Ackman. I read that and I was like, what? Slap. And then there was tons more that came after ASST, but I knew the second one was going to be monstrous. And the fact that it just had those names involved in it was just like a no-brainer. I bought it at 125. I bought it at $1.25. Where was that? What split did they do? 120 split. Damn. Yeah, then Orbs. Orbs was nuts. BMNR, I think, was BMNR was later. There was a bunch of other ones before BMNR, but BNMR was huge because man, BMNR was crazy. I totally fumbled this thing so bad. What a time, dude. That's a market where you can just like, whew, damn, that's a hot market. May through June through July last year was absolutely insane. Yeah, CYPH. Some of them don't even have the same name anymore. Um, um, what was some other ones? SBET came pretty quick after ASST, went 5,000% in 4 days. Like, where's that shit? And I'm not talking about some like Chinese scam small cap where, nobody can even get in and there's no locates. I'm talking about stocks going up 5,000%, trading $2 billion in volume. Like, that is when you have a hot ass market. There's none of that right now, not even close. Could be soon, but not right now. KDLY was another one. What did they turn into? Oh, that they turned to ASST, right? No, no. What was KDLY? I can't. I don't know what it turned into. There was BTOG, which was the Dogecoin one. Remember SHOT, SHOT? It's not even, I don't even know what it is now, but they became a bonk coin treasury. That was literally one day before the market topped in September, or when all the frothy quantum names topped. There was so many crypto treasuries, dude. No, literally, I remember sending out the pre-market movers list, guys, and there was like 9 stocks one morning that all announced a crypto treasury, and I was like, dude. And we were all saying like, man, we're gonna look back and be like, holy top signal. But we were just having too much fun in the moment. CWD was a Link treasury. CBLO was a dog coin treasury. ZOOZ as well was one. There were so many. I'm going back now. Every morning there was a new one. That was so crazy. That market. Like how much volume did BMNR trade? $5 billion. Google's traded 2.5 billion today. It's crazy. When you have shitco names like that trading that much volume moving like that, dude, like the dream market. Let's check out our scanner. BSX. Mm. RBRK, the 20 MA. Yeah, I missed it too, Beeb. I mean, I day traded MSTR like an idiot on the day Bitcoin broke out, but yeah, I missed it too. But hey, if these have real juice left in the tank, like that's like, you know, I mean, it truly is. Like if we go back to this move on ETHA, like being, FOMOing about missing this move, is like FOMOing about, missing these couple days back here last year, in my opinion, if this is legit, as from a trading perspective, like the best tradable moves on crypto from, I mean, just you can just go back and study, are when they are in bull markets, right? Obviously, if you believe in this long term or whatever, and took the contrarian trade on it, whatever, you kind of DCA into this buy around here, right? I know some people have done that, but if you're just looking for like to trade momentum, that's very hard to time, right? I mean, granted, the chart got nice and tight, it was there. That's very hard though, especially when you consider like recency bias and like how every move has been a fake out and crypto's just been a dull market for 6 months. That's hard to catch. But that's like no, that's like missing this move on Ethereum. But then look at this launch pad it built above the 200 day, the 50 day, the 9, the 20, broke out on increasing volume, record short positioning. If we get that, like that's going to be the spot where you can really, really get heavy. I mean, crypto is like notorious for five-star chart patterns. Like you just go back and study Bitcoin, Ethereum history in the last like 10 years. Just like, I mean, especially in bull markets, like picture perfect cup and handles and flat base breakouts and bull flags. I remember I had major FOMO on the Bitcoin move out of the 2022 or into 2023 right here. This was insane. But yeah, it was a bumpy ride. Had some nasty little pullbacks and shakes along the way. And it's almost like every time it made a higher low, the next move up was cleaner, smoother, more controlled, right? Because you're just taking out overhead supply, sentiment's improving. And I remember posting right here on Twitter that like, um, man, about this like support resistance flip right here on this like little double bottom right here with like a 50 to 50 week starting to rise. This was clean. It's like a big launch pad setup with a rising 200 week, rising 50 week. Like to me, before Bitcoin really became tradable out of that bear market, it took almost 2 years before it really was like a smooth trader. Or right now it's been probably 6 months. Doesn't have to be exactly the same, but that was also when the market was coming out of a massive bear too. So I don't know how much. It's probably a big tailwind. Is anything happening out there? Oh my God, dude, this market's like actually dead. Like, is anybody even here? Just algos like keeping it in a range. Tesla, nice. Netflix, nice. Yeah, I got nothing, man. No interest really. I thought about trading mRNA this morning, but passed on it. I'm in Snappy Chat. I got some of that in one of my other accounts. SpaceX plans to build $100 billion Starship launch base on Pecan Island on Louisiana's southern coast. Now, this is actually brutal. This market is actually so dull. Like, what? You're here anytime past 11 a.m. There are going to be times throughout the year where the market is so hot you literally feel like you can't even leave the desk for a minute during the day. That's when you actually want to be like not leaving. Now is the time where you kind of want to find other stuff to do so you can kind of be ready to go for when that period comes. Right now is certainly not one of them. I mean, there will be a few little diamonds in the rough, stock here and there moving. You can play those if you want, but LEU looks pretty nice. Looks like it's bottoming out. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Anybody long TLT or TMF? I'm really interested in. I've been thinking about these TLT calls all day, but I feel like I should have gotten in yesterday or the day before. I feel like maybe it's not worth it here. I don't know. But dude, with the crowded positioning and the Druck thing and Jackson Hole coming up, it feels like this is a massive spring failed breakdown, and TLT is going to be above like $85 by the beginning of the week. Easy. I don't know how to structure the trade or where to get in though. Like, do I just buy Friday expiration and just risk the premium paid and just hope for like a huge move that I think is possible with the tension in the bond market right now and everyone kind of waiting to see what happens here? It feels like a big move is brewing. The most like anticipated breakdown like in history here. And for some reason, it's just not breaking down. Meanwhile, you have the most crowded short positioning and large speculators in 5 years. I mean, it's kind of tempting. Kind of tempting, guys. Let's take a look at the chain. TLT 25, 26, August 28th. 85 calls are okay, so it's not they're 2 cents. Okay. What about September? Only traded TLT once. And when I did, TLT made its biggest 5 day move in like 5 years, which was pretty awesome. I think it's time again. 85 calls for September, 90 calls for December. Hmm. Is it premature to try this though without like a news failure though, you know? 'Cause otherwise, technically, I'm just kind of fighting the trend. What does Shapiro say? There's a thin line between being contrarian and being just plain stupid, right? Or something like that. All right, well, I'm gonna hop off, go for a walk, think about if I want to put that trade on or anything on, and then come back and see how things look. I need to get some fresh air though. DE? Oh, yikes. If TLT pulls back tomorrow, I might be interested to try something small. Hey guys, I'm gonna hop off for now. I'm gonna take a little break, go for a walk, and I'll be back. I'm gonna post up in my channel real quick though before I go. See you guys.